Good afternoon, and welcome back to Grace P. Johnson Stadium on the campus of UNC Pembroke for the final day of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. I'm Cameron Songer with you on the Braves Broadcast Network, and we have a very busy slate of track events as we'll bring you the finals of the following events: 100 and 110 hurdles, the 400-meter dash, the 100-meter dash, 800-meter dash, 400, 200, 5,000, and the 4x4. That's the order of the track events you'll see here this afternoon at Dick and Lenore Taylor Track in Grace P. Johnson Stadium. A quick look at the team standings right now entering these last couple of events. On the women's side, Shorter is in first, followed by Nova Southeastern, Montevallo, and UNC Pembroke in fourth. The top four on the men's side, again, Shorter in first place, trailed by Alabama Huntsville, UNC Pembroke, and Nova Southeastern. Those are your top four on the team standings as these teams get ready to wrap up the final couple rounds. So we've had some changes here in the schedule today because of rain that basically delayed and then ultimately canceled yesterday's events. The 100 and 110 meter hurdles for the women and men, and then also the women's and men's 200 meter dashes. With all the other events, we had prelims in the first 2 days with finals here today. With today's action, it will just be as many heats as they need, and then the finals conducted here today. Here comes the women's 100-meter hurdles. Portia McManus from Shorter in lane 1, Yasmin Petaway from Montevallo in lane 2, Alexis Santiago from Florida Tech in lane 3, Sherelle Jordan from Nova Southeastern lane 4, Acacia Burnett from Alabama Huntsville lane 5, Maya Carter, Florida Tech lane 6, Hunter Chavarri from Montevallo lane 7, Jasmine Ellison from Nova Southeastern in lane 8. And they are off. This is heat 1 of 2. And the best overall time is the Peach Belt Conference champion. And in lane 4, that's Sherelle Jordan with the win in heat 1. We'll see if her time holds up through heat 2, as they'll flash the final times here in a moment. Sherelle Jordan did have the top qualifying time at 13.38. And it looks like she will, barring a crazy finish from here from heat 2, she will be the champion of the women's 100-meter hurdles. Her top qualifying time of 13.38 led Acacia Burnett with a 13.62. Doesn't look like they have put the times up on the scoreboard as they get ready to do heat number 2 now. So in terms of reseeding these heats, basically all the top competitors were in heat 1. But these are some other qualifiers, and this second heat will have Xandra Lake, a senior from Shorter in lane 2, Aspen McLean from Shorter in lane 3, Shakira Bartley from Nova Southeastern in lane 4, Courtney Kennedy, freshman from Alabama Huntsville in lane 5, Christine Sora from Nova Southeastern in lane 6, and Augusta freshman Kiana Kelly in lane 7. NCAA provisional qualifying time in this event is 14.30, and 5 of the competitors from that first heat had provisional qualifying times. Just 2 under 14 seconds, and that was Sherelle Jordan and Acacia Burnett, who I believe finished 1 and 2 in the first heat, so not really much of a surprise. It's been something we've been keeping our eye on over the course of the weekend, where athletes finish here in this final race of the regular season, the Peach Belt Conference Championships, versus where they finished with their best times throughout the year. And by and large, their best times of the year have been pretty indicative of how they finished here today. And this is ideal running weather. 75 degrees, partly cloudy skies in Pembroke, North Carolina, and a slight breeze blowing in on this 100-meter dash. Here we go with the second heat of the women 100-meter hurdles. Lake in lane 2, McLean lane 3, Bartley lane 4, Kennedy lane 5, Sora lane 6, and Kelly in lane 7. They are off. Second heat. Now again, the best overall time between heats 1 and 2 is the champion of the Peach Belt Conference. And again, lane 4, Shakira Bartley, top qualifying time coming in. She wins going away in heat 2. Now the question is, where will her time stack up against some of the best times from heat 1? 14.87 is a very good time and a serious improvement on her previous season best, as she shaves nearly 0.2 of a second off. Now they will get the hurdle crew onto the track. Have some adjustments to make now because the men's race, they have to reposition the hurdles. It's a 110-meter hurdle race for the men. There will be 2 heats of that as well. Start with the short hurdle sprints. And 400-meter dashes coming up after they clear the hurdles off the track. 100-meter women's and men's. 800-meter for the women's and men's. That's a fun race. If you've never seen that or participated in that, that is often called the most difficult race in all of track and field. It's not quite a distance race, but it's also not a sprint. 2 laps around the track, and we haven't seen anybody run that yet here. In terms of regular track events, we've seen that in the heptathlon and the decathlon. But because that's such a difficult race and such a demanding race, there were no prelims for the 800-meter. And that is certainly one to keep an eye on. The women will go off at 2:20, the men at 2:35 for that 800-meter race. That'll follow the 100-meter dash, and obviously that's a race that gets a lot of the highlights, it gets a lot of the attention for the pure speed in the 100-meter dash. But really exciting events all the way around today. Sticking mostly with the short races. There's one distance race here this afternoon. The women's 5,000 begins at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and the men's at 4:15. That one's not quite as long, obviously, as the 10K we had 2 days ago, but certainly a longer race if you want to see some distance running. But maybe the most exciting race of the day will be the last thing we see, which is the women's and men's 4x400 meters. And it's deceptive, but it can be very dramatic because everybody is running the 1 lap around the track in the 4x4. There's some speed involved, obviously, at the very end, and there can be some very dramatic comebacks in the 4x400 meter relay. The women's race will take place at 4:55, the men's race at 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Definitely encourage you to stay tuned for that, and if you're going to be popping in and out, well, I would say mark your calendar, set an alarm, do whatever you need to do, because that is certainly one that could be one to remember, and it could also determine who ultimately wins the team championship for the women's and men's Peach Belt Conference. Again, coming into the action here this afternoon through some of the field events here today. Shorter leading on both the women's and the men's side, looking to take home a pair of titles. The associate member of the Peach Belt Conference, the Shorter Hawks. One of 9 teams competing here today. There's 5 regular, full-blown Peach Belt Conference members. The Augusta Jags, Clayton State Lakers, Columbus State Cougars, Montevallo Falcons, and of course the host UNC Pembroke Braves. And the 4 associate members of the Peach Belt Conference for track and field. Alabama Huntsville Chargers, Florida Tech Panthers, Nova Southeastern Sharks, and Shorter Hawks. It's been a splendid weekend of track and field action. Very good crowd support. It's certainly been there for the track events. And obviously a Pembroke tilt to the crowd. Plenty of members of the Pembroke community coming out and taking in track and field. It's certainly not every day that UNC Pembroke gets to host a Peach Belt Conference championship, and every time they do, it's nice to see the community come out and get that extra bit of sport. And frankly, for this track and field program at UNCP that hadn't hosted a home meet for a couple of years before this year, they hosted the Braves Classic last month, and good support there over the course of just one afternoon. But obviously, that's sort of just a dry run, sort of a warm-up for hosting this major regional event. The 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. And obviously get to see some of the good and the bad. Yesterday, it's quite a bit of the bad in terms of the weather. Thunderstorms forced basically the cessation and the stoppage of the women's steeplechase midway through the race. They ended up making it up this morning. I'll get you the results from that now as we wait for the men to get ready to run the 110-meter hurdles. Cheyenne Thompson, Hannah Evans, and Natalie Shoemaker went 1, 2, 3 in the women's 3,000-meter steeplechase. They were leading yesterday when their race got canceled due to lightning. They made it up this morning, and the 3 Montevallo Falcons went 1, 2, and 3 in the steeplechase this morning. On the men's side in the steeplechase, the top 3 looked like this. Victor Koski from Shorter in third, Columbus State's Cody Malchuk in second, and Albert Chalimo from Shorter in first in the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. Looks like the hurdles are set. Last preparations being made now by the men who will be running the 110-meter hurdles. 2 heats here of this race, and the top overall time is the Peach Belt Conference champion. There's no prelim and finals as had originally been scheduled. Again, this was a race that was supposed to have a prelim race last night, but if you were watching last night, you know there was really no way they could have raced, not just because of the lightning and thunder, which mandates, by NCAA rules, 8 miles in the vicinity, you have to stop and clear the area, but there's also a significant sitting water on the track, and that makes it hard to go. The field now for the men's 110-meter hurdles. In lane 2 from Alabama Huntsville, freshman Austin Caudill. Lane 3, junior from Shorter, Tamario Evans. Lane 4, sophomore from Shorter, Supan Rantanaya. Lane 5 from Nova Southeastern, junior Rohan Mullings. Freshman from UNC Pembroke, Christian Sacato is in lane 6. Alabama Huntsville junior Devin Jones is in lane 7. Rantanaya from Shorter has the top qualifying time of 14.16. He is under the provisional mark, and so is Rohan Mullings. So those are your top 2 competitors in lanes 4 and 5, with the favorite once again being placed in lane 4. And Denaya and Mullings with the top 2 qualifying. The auto time in this event to get into the NCAA championship meet is 13.9. So both of them within striking range of that, and when going head-to-head on a favorable conditions on a warm day, championship title on the line, that can bring out that last little burst and really push a lot of athletes to personal best. We've seen it all weekend, and we expect to see it a lot more here today. Six competitors here in heat number 1. There will be 4 in the second heat, which will mostly contain individuals whose qualifying times were enough to qualify, but not enough to get them into this first heat, which, again, without the prelim, you kind of have an A heat and a B heat. You kind of saw that with the 1,500 meter, both the men's and women's sides, back on Thursday. Now, if there had been prelims with some of the events where there were able to be prelims because of weather, for example, back on Thursday with the 100-meter dash, they space it out a little bit more. You'll see the top 2 qualifiers not necessarily in the same heat against each other, but one in one heat, one in another heat, because with multiple heats in a prelim situation, it's the top from each heat plus a certain number of wild cards getting into the finals. So because of that, a lot of these sprint events later today, there will just be one heat for the championship. That's because we had prelims already and had already narrowed down the field, but because we're making up some that would have been prelims yesterday but got canceled due to weather, rather than running prelims and finals on the same day, now we're just running 2 heats as the finals, so kind of combining the prelims and finals into one awesome sandwich. Ready to go now, men's 110-meter high hurdle. So these are not only a longer race, but higher hurdles than the women faced in their 100-meter hurdles. Various reasons for that, mostly having to do with just the average height and the average stride length for the men versus the women. Really the only event where you're not directly comparing apples to apples with the women and the men. In addition, I suppose the other One would be the 400-meter hurdles, where the hurdles, I believe, are a little bit taller on the men's side than on the women's side. But those are lower hurdles as well. We'll see the 400-meter hurdles later today. Women go off at 2:50 and the men at 3:05. And for that one, there was never a scheduled prelim. That was always going to be one running for the finals, and that was just going to be today. Racers taking into the blocks. There's nobody in lane 7. I don't see Devin Jones from Alabama Huntsville. It's Caudle in lane 2 from Alabama Huntsville. Shorter has lanes 3 and 4 with Evans and Rendaya. Mullings from Nova Southeastern in lane 5. Sacato from UNC Pembroke in lane 6. Individuals to watch are lanes 4 and 5, the top two qualifiers, separated by 0.22 seconds. But in a race like this, that is actually fairly significant. Doesn't sound like much. It's really, the blink of an eye. But over the course of just 110 meters, it can really look like a lot. Men's 110-meter hurdles. First heat of 2. Top time overall across the 2 heats is the champion, and they're off. In lane 4, Rendaya with the lead. Chased by Mullings in lane 5. But across the finish line first, it will be Supan Rendaya from Shorter, the sophomore, 14.43. So not a personal best for him. Mullings in second at 14.66. Sacato from UNC Pembroke in third at 14.92. Caudle from Alabama Huntsville at 15.57 comes in fourth. So leaving the door open perhaps a little bit here for this second heat. That was far from a lockdown guaranteed win. But this field of the second heat for the men's 110-meter hurdles, all 4 of these individuals below the outside lanes and the last couple guys to get into the first heat. So it would be a major upset if somebody from heat 2 pulls off a quick enough time to defeat the incumbent Supan Rendaya from Shorter, who had the best time coming in and will probably be the conference champion. So here is heat number 2. Lane assignments look like this from UNC Pembroke. Sophomore Michael Powell assigned to lane 3. Andy Constant, freshman from Augusta, in lane 4. Cameron Lay from Alabama Huntsville, another freshman, in lane 5. And Brandon Farish from Montevallo, the junior, in lane 6. Looks like they'll stick to those lane assignments. Sometimes with those races where there's only been 4 lanes assigned, they slide them over one. But it looks like they'll stick with these assignments. There's certainly an advantage to being in Heat 1 in a situation like this for the competition. You'll be matched with the other fastest runners, and within that, the top qualifying seed times, we've seen them placed in the middle lanes for the purpose of it's easier when you're in the middle lane to keep track of all of your other competitors. You don't have to turn your head as far or really rely as much on your peripheral vision. It's hard when you're in lane 1 to see exactly where somebody in lane 7 or 8 is, but much easier to keep tabs on that from lane 4 or 5. So we'll see the top qualifying and seed times will be placed in the middle lanes. And more often than not, that's where we'll see the winners of these heats. Second heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles. It's Powell in lane 3 from UNC Pembroke. Constant from Augusta in lane 4. Lay from Alabama Huntsville in lane 5. And Farish from Montevallo in lane 6. So no one in 6. No Brandon Farish. So just 3 guys, Powell, Constant, and Lay, Second heat of the men's 110-meter hurdles. And they'll clear the hurdles off, and we'll do the 400 after this. Here we go. Pretty even off the jump. It's Powell with the early lead. UNC Pembroke's Michael Powell, a sophomore, a couple strides ahead now, leaping over the hurdles into first place in heat number 2. Let's get those final times. 15.24, Constant from Augusta at 15.82, and Lay from Alabama Huntsville at 18.06, which means that the men's 110-meter hurdle champion in the Peach Belt Conference from shorter, sophomore Suphan Randanaya. Let's take a little break now as they clear the hurdles off the track. When we come back, it's the women's 400-meter championship. This is the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. Back in Pembroke, time for the women's 400-meter championship heat. One lap around the track. We've got 8 competitors, and the lane assignments for the women's 400-meter dash look like this. In lane 1 from Montevallo, freshman Morgan Daniels. In lane 2 from Shorter, freshman Promise Clark. In lane 3, junior from Nova Southeastern, Shannon Roll. In lane 4, the favorite in this event, senior from Shorter, Ayanna Walker. The second best qualifying time belongs to Jasmine Crump, the sophomore from Shorter. She's in lane 5. Freshman from Shorter, in lane 6, Amber Littlejohn. In lane 7 is Quanisha Allen. She's a senior from Nova Southeastern. And in lane 8, junior from Columbus State, Rachel Dixon. Ayanna Walker owns the conference record for the best 400-meter. And her best qualifying time is more than 2 seconds better than her next closest competitor. This could be something special here for Ayanna Walker. She tries to take home the conference title, what is her perhaps strongest event in her senior year. Walker in lane 4 is the one to watch. She's the odds-on favorite. Clean start, and we're off the women's 400-meter dash for the Peach Belt Conference Championship. Walker making up that turn pretty quickly. Jasmine Crump, her teammate, right on her heels. Lanes 4 and 5. Walker in lane 4. How well can she make up the turn? The 3 Shorter teammates, Walker in lane 4, Crump in lane 5, Littlejohn in lane 6. They are 1, 2, and 3. But on the inside, it's Ayanna Walker coming into the home stretch, building out a lead. Walker, followed by Crump, then Littlejohn. Ayanna Walker down the home stretch. It's all Walker, and she is the 2016 Peach Belt Conference 400-meter dash champion, time of 52.88. Crump with 55.52, Littlejohn at 55.6, Clark from Shorter at 56.76. The top 4 finishers in this race, all coming from Shorter. PBC championship record for Ayanna Walker. What a race that was for her, 52.88. That is an NCAA automatic qualifying time. Her previous was 53.82. The NCAA auto time was 53.5. She smashed that, as Crump also comes very close to an auto time, and she lost by more than a second. What a race that was. Wow. Top 4 finishers in the women's 400-meter, all coming from Shorter. And let's see if they can continue their dominance as we turn our attention now to the men's 400-meter dash. And the top qualifying time again belongs to a Shorter hawk. It will be in lane 4, Gregory Rochford, with his qualifying time of 48.2. He highlights this field of the men's 400-meter dash championship. The other 7 competitors in lane 1, junior from Clayton State, Raphael Salas. In lane 2, freshman from Shorter, Kelly Thompson. In lane 3, from Florida Tech, the junior, Terrence Brookins. Mentioned Gregory Rochford. He is the one to watch in lane 4. In lane 5, junior from Nova Southeastern, Ismail Voltaire. In lane 6, sophomore from Shorter, Devontae Fletcher. Lane 7 is Nova Southeastern freshman Tyler Johnson. And in lane 8, it's Quincy Smith. He's a junior from Columbus State. Automatic time to get into the NCAA championships is 46.56. Provisional time is 47.94. See who can get into provisional range or perhaps a automatic qualifying time. Ayanna Walker just put on a show in the women's 400. That is a tough act to follow, male or female. So the guys getting their last couple strides in. Reminder, after the men's 400-meter dash, we'll turn back to the quick sprints again. Go down to the bottom left corner of the screen for the women's 100-meter dash. That kicks off at 2:10. And the men's 100 at 2:15. Those are both one-heat championships. And then back to some longer distances, the 800 meters at 2:20 and 2:35 for the women and men, respectively. But first, the men's 400-meter dash for the Peach Belt Conference Championship. Shorter came in as the leader on both the women's and men's sides. Based on the action we've seen already today, they look pretty good. Shorter gave up some points on the women's 110 hurdles, but got them back in a big way. Women's 400. They keep building out their lead on the sprints. We know that 400 is a strength for the Shorter Hawks. They have the favorite for the men, Gregory Rochford. He's in lane 4. Salis in lane 1 from Clayton. Thompson from Shorter in lane 2. Brookins from Florida Tech in lane 3. Rochford from Shorter lane 4. Voltaire from Nova Southeastern lane 5. Devontae Fletcher from Shorter in lane 6. Johnson from Nova Southeastern in lane 7. And Quincy Smith from Columbus State in lane 8. Men's 400-meter dash championship. They're off. Long strides from Rochford in lane 4. But his teammates not making it easy for him. On the outside, that's Devontae Fletcher in lane 6 looking strong. Tyler Johnson from Nova Southeastern in lane 7. He has to go around the curve, so he looked strong coming into the second to last 100 meters, but coming into the home stretch, it's plenty of room for Gregory Rochford. Being chased from behind by Brookins from Florida Tech. Can Rochford hold on? He's running out of steam, and he will hang on for the win. If there were another 10 meters, he wouldn't have won. 47.17 for Rochford, 47.46 for Brookins. Those are your top two. It was neck and neck there. 47.76 for Smith. He takes home third. And Voltaire from Nova Southeastern at 48.21. Those are your top four finishers. Fletcher from Shorter at 48.23. Salis from Clayton State, 49.08. Thompson, 49.17 for Shorter. But again, Gregory Rochford, the top seed coming into the men's 400-meter dash, and he will claim the 2016 Peach Belt Conference title in the men's 400-meter dash. We'll take a break, and when we come back, it'll be the women's 100-meter dash championship as part of the final day of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. Time to turn our attention to the women's 100-meter dash finals. These are the top competitors as determined on the track from Thursday's prelims. The winners of each of the 3 heats plus the next best 5 times. Seated as follows. In lane 1 from Shorter, Junior, Kamor, Anderson. In lane 2, the senior from UNC Pembroke, Fatima Funderburk. In lane 3 from Shorter, freshman, Ansley Long. In lane 4, senior from Nova Southeastern with the best seed time of 11.8, Siona Williams. In lane 5, the only other competitor with a time under 12 in the seed time, that's UNCP senior Johnny Perez in lane 5. So again, the middle lane's the ones to watch as those two will go head-to-head. Lane 6, Alexis Smith, the junior from Shorter. Lane 7, from Augusta, sophomore Deja Johnson. And lane 8, senior from Alabama Huntsville, Acacia Burnett. I can already tell you right now, we apologize for the problem that we will have with trying to see that bottom lane. Just a structural shortcoming. This obviously, when this was built, Grace P. Johnson Stadium with our press box, didn't know that we were going to be streaming track and field, obviously at the UNCP football stadium, and because of the way the bleachers are built out and the way we have our cameras set up and the way we have to have our camera set up, it's going to be difficult to see lane 8 on the home stretch. So we apologize for that. We're doing the best we can to try to bring you as much of this as possible. It's part of the same reason why we can't bring you the field events as well. Just a problem with a number of cameras we have available to us. So here we go. Anderson in lane 1, Funderburk lane 2, Long lane 3, Williams lane 4, Perez lane 5, Smith lane 6, Johnson in 7, and Burnett in 8. 100-meter dash for the women to determine the Peach Belt Conference champion. Siona Williams in lane 4 is the favorite. She came in with the top qualifying time. Johnny Perez, her closest competitor, the UNCP Brave, will be right next to her in lane 5. From there, it kind of fans out in terms of the fastest times. The 6 fastest in the 6 middle lanes in terms of those who made there. It's hard to call anybody in this field slow. They've earned their right to be here. Here we go. In lane 4, it's Williams out in front. Lane 3, Long close in second. And that's a photo finish for second place. But the winner is Siona Williams with a time of 11.93. Long in second at 12.23. Perez from UNC Pembroke in third at 12.29. Smith from Shorter at 12.4. Rounding out the top 4. Anderson from Shorter at 12.46. Funderburk from UNCP in 6th with a 12.52. Johnson from Augusta at 12.59. And Burnett from Alabama Huntsville running in 8th. With a time of 12.8. So, Nova Southeastern taking home first place in that event, but Shorter adding a bunch more points with a 2nd and 4th, just helping their cause in terms of trying to take home the women's title in the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Championships. Team scoring for each event goes like this. First place is worth 10, second place is worth 8, third 6th, 4th is worth 5, 5th is worth 4, and then 6th, 7th, and 8th are worth 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. And that adds up over the course of the entire weekend. Now we go to the men's 100-meter dash, the finals. And 8 men, 100 meters, one length of the track. This is the fastest event we have here on the track today. The 8 in the finals line up like this. In lane 1, sophomore from UNC Pembroke, Brett Godwin. Sophomore from UNC Pembroke, Michael Powell in lane 2. Junior from Augusta, Levanta Reddick in lane 3. Lane 4 holds Florida Tech sophomore, Ricardo Cameron. In lane 5, shorter freshman, Lester Miller. Lane 6, shorter freshman, Bailey Barnett. Lane 7, shorter freshman, Johan Carter. And in lane 8, another shorter hawk and another freshman, Emile Césaire. A very young field. No seniors, 3 sophomores, just 1 junior, and 4 freshmen. The young fellas really with some speed here. We will get to see that as they blaze down the 100-meter track. Top qualifying time belongs to Florida Tech sophomore Ricardo Cameron at 10.58. Lester Miller also right there at 10.6 was his time on Thursday in prelims. Miller does own the best time in the conference this year at 10.54. The auto time in the NCAA Division II is 10.31, the provisional at 10.61. We're seeing guys get really close to that provisional mark and even hit it here this weekend. Will anyone hit an auto time? I am not sure. The conference record belongs to Kirk Wilson from shorter at 10.57. That could fall here today, as Ricardo Cameron was very close to that on Thursday. This could be a very tight race as Cameron in lane 4 and Miller in lane 5, in terms of their Thursday times, are separated by just 2/100ths of a second. And then further on in lane 6, Bailey Barnett just 3/100ths of a second behind his teammate Miller. So 4, 5, and 6 have the top seed times by a sizable amount, not a ton. Obviously, you're talking about fractions of a second with the men's 100-meter dash. Getting ready to go. Championship, the men's 100-meter run for the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Championship. So important not to false start. Don't want to get disqualified. It is a clean start and a very even split for the first 30 meters. It looks like Cameron from Florida Tech is right there. But the winner by just a nose is Lester Miller from shorter, 10.72. That was so close. Not his best time, as there's been a little bit of a cross breeze. Cameron comes in second at 10.78. Bailey from shorter at 10.79. So those three all separated by just 8/100ths of a second. Those are your top three. That'll be the medal stand. Bailey from shorter at 10.79 just misses out. Oh, they've changed it now. Cameron from Florida Tech now at 10.8. He looks good at the very beginning, kind of slowed down. Maybe hit his top speed a little too early. Those are your top four. Miller, Reddick, let's see, Carter at 10.97, Cesare from shorter at 10.98, Godwin from UNC Pembroke 11.01, Powell in 8th. But the top four, Miller, Reddick, Bailey, and Cameron. That's shorter, Augusta, shorter, and Florida Tech. That was the men's 100-meter dash. We'll take a little bit of a break now again, and when we come back, it'll be the women's 800-meter coming up in just a moment. Part of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. 2 heats of the women's 800 meter. And this will be heat number 1. With the competitors in heat number 1, including the top qualifier, Emily Buwalda, senior from Shorter. Also have Vicky Winslow, senior from Alabama Huntsville. Maya Kunin from Clayton State. Also from Clayton State, another senior, Crystal Nelson. From UNC Pembroke, junior Olivia Lohman. From Nova Southeastern, senior Quenisha Allen. From Montevallo, junior Natalie Shoemaker. From Montevallo, junior Cheyenne Thompson. From Alabama Huntsville, freshman Matilda Penner. And from UNC Pembroke, senior Kendall Boykin. Now, those were 10 names listed. I only see 9 competitors on the track right now. Do our best to determine who is a scratch from this race. Oh, there are 10. Okay. I think somebody scooted onto the track at the last second there. This is 2 laps around the track. Starts with a sort of a staggered start. And then after the first 100 meters, those on the outside allowed to cut in. 2 laps around the track. The moment to watch will be after the end of that first curve, where those little cones come to an end, when everyone's allowed to cut in and jockey for position inside on lane 1. Looks like a couple of shorter runners out in front. That's numbers 1, 2, and 6. Emily Buwalda, Vicky Winslow, and Quenisha Allen are the early top 3. Couple Braves running together towards the back of the pack. Buwalda, then Winslow. Now a couple of Clayton State runners. That's Crystal Nelson and Maya Kunin working together. They have taken over 3rd and 4th place. Now the Braves looking to make their push. They're in 6th and 7th. Couple of shorter teammates. Excuse me, that's 1 from Shorter and 1 from Alabama Huntsville. Buwalda is from Shorter. Winslow's from Alabama Huntsville. Very similar uniforms. Tough to tell. But those are 1 and 2. And it will be one of those 2, barring something miraculous down the home stretch. Buwalda in first. On the outside, Winslow trying to make a move. Buwalda trying to hold off Winslow. Does Winslow have enough in the tank, looking for a final push? And it is Emily Buwalda, the 800-meter run champion. 2:09.64 her time. Winslow at 2:10.11. Kunin from Clayton State at 2:13.83 in 3rd. Nelson also from Clayton State, 2:16.27. Shorter, Alabama Huntsville, then Clayton State, and Clayton State are your top 4 finishers in the first heat of the women's 800-meter run. Now, we do have a second heat, but much like we've seen earlier, everyone competing in that second heat with a slower time than everyone competing in the first heat. So it would take a major, major upset, a very spectacular run, and a huge effort for someone in section number 2 to actually claim the conference championship, but that's why we run the race, and it's not held on paper. The field for heat number 2, that was the last couple of ladies making their way off the track after an exhausting 800-meter run. Here is the lineup for heat number 2 of the women's 800-meter run. From Clayton State, senior Abby-Ann Collymore. From Alabama Huntsville, sophomore Vanessa Cardwell. From Columbus State, Jessica Young, she's a sophomore. Sophomore from Nova Southeastern, Stephanie De La Guarda. Junior from Shorter, Mary Corbin. From Columbus State, a senior, Caitlin Howard. From Augusta, a sophomore, Amber Palermo. From Alabama Huntsville, junior, Katie Brecky. From Augusta, sophomore, Diana Petrick-Milova. And freshman from Florida Tech, Charlotte Hawley. Ten more ladies, 2 laps around the track. This is Heat 2 of the women's 800-meter run for the Peach Belt Conference Championship. So while first place might be out of reach for this group, it's possible that with 1 or 2 stellar times you can climb into the top 7 or 8 and grab some points for your team. And those extra points could be the difference. As Shorter looking to claim the Women's Peach Belt Conference Team Championship. It is numbers 4 and 2. That's Stephanie De La Guarda and Vanessa Cardwell in the top 2 spots. There you have a little bit of separation from the rest of the pack. Leading the rest of the pack, by the way, is Diana Petrick-Milova. But that is a very fluid group there. About 350 meters down in this 800-meter dash. And here we go. The rest of the pack is caught up to the leaders. And this is wide open with 1 lap to go. Heat 2 of the women's 800-meter run. Around the turn, now 300 meters to go. And this is still anybody's race. Out in front for now, Mary Corbin from Shorter. Hot on her heels. A couple other competitors. Corbin trying to break away. She has done so, broken away from the pack. It's looking like it's down to 2. Corbin being chased by Caitlin Howard from Columbus State. Corbin in the lead, Howard right behind her. Trailing them is Amber Palermo. Howard takes over the lead. Down the stretch to the finish line, Caitlin Howard from Columbus State, winning the 800-meter second heat, 2:22.83. Corbin at 2:23.67. Palermo 2:24.77. And De La Guarda at 2:25.85. Those are the top 4 in the second heat of the women's 800-meter run. A very tight pack all the way through. It looks like we won't waste any time as the first group of the men's 800-meter runners already making their way onto the track. Let's see if the officials make them wait a little bit, as the men's 800 was not scheduled to start until, well, 2:35, but look at that, look at the time. It's about 2:35. In other words, the women's 800 started a little bit late. So now the field for the men's 800-meter run. Again, everyone trying to catch Shorter on both the women's and men's side in team scoring. The field for the first heat of 2, finals of the men's 800-meter run. Clayton State Jr. Rafael Salas, then Montevallo Jr. Darius Woody with the top 2 qualifying times in the men's 800-meter run. The auto time in the men's 800 is 1:49, the provisional 1:52. Both of those 2 just short of the provisional time, but not by much. Those are your top 2, and they'll be wearing numbers 1 and 2 respectively. Dwayne Edwards Jr. from Nova Southeastern is number 3. Thomas Grace from Alabama Huntsville, he's a sophomore, is number 4. Lucas Ruiz, senior from Nova Southeastern. Shorter sophomore, Albert Chalimo. Matt Ersprung, senior from Alabama Huntsville, is number 7. Marcus LaFleur, junior from Clayton State, is number 8. Travitt Witherspoon from Clayton State is a freshman, he's number 9. And number 10 is Benjamin Manuel, a junior from Nova Southeastern. Those numbers, kind of difficult to see. They're just stickers on the uniform, but they represent the qualifying order. And right out in front, Rafael Salas from Clayton State in the inside group. The 3 on the outside are the 8, 9, and 10 seeds in this race. First heat of 2. This is the faster heat, the men's 800-meter run for the Peach Belt Conference Championship. 200 meters down, 600 to go. And in the lead from Clayton State, that's number 9, Travitt Witherspoon, looking to pull off the upset. It's Darius Woody and Dwayne Edwards, the next two behind him, from Montevallo and Nova Southeastern. Another Nova Southeastern, Lucas Ruiz, right behind. Halfway through, one more lap to go. And look at the run from Witherspoon. He has something going on here. Could see our first major upset of the day. Witherspoon with the qualifying time more than 3 seconds slower than Salas from Clayton State, his teammate. Unless they switch numbers or something, we have something special going on here in the men's 800-meter run. Is there enough left in the tank for Witherspoon? Trying not to fade down the home stretch. 5 and 6 coming up on him. That's Ruiz and Chalimo. Ruiz takes the lead. Lucas Ruiz with Woody trying to catch him at the very end. He can't do it. And the winner of the first heat of the 800-meter run is Ruiz from Nova Southeastern, 154.19. Woody, 154.53. Third place goes to Chalimo from Shorter at 154.96. Fourth place is Manuel from Nova Southeastern, 154.99. At 155.1, Witherspoon, and 155.68, Grace from Alabama Huntsville. That was a very tight finish right at the very end. A fantastic first heat and a difficult act to follow for this second group of men competing in the 800-meter run. But we do have one more heat. And the field for the second heat of the men's 800 is like this. Number 1 is Eugens Decius, a senior from Nova Southeastern. Second best seed in this second heat is Nicholas Lenson, a junior from Florida Tech. Pair of Columbus State Cougars at 3 and 4, senior Cordero Whitehead and sophomore Tyler Scheffel. Lucas Hassler is a freshman from Florida Tech. Then Logan Sadler, freshman from Montevallo. UNC Pembroke freshman Kellen Corson is the 7 seed. On the outside at the beginning, number 8, Aaron Martin. Actually, we have 4 on the outside because we'll go 11 deep. So Corson will be the last one on the inside. Aaron Martin from Clayton State is a freshman. Caleb Watson, junior from Augusta. Timothy McLeod, freshman from Shorter. And Boyd Guttery, a senior from Augusta, rounding out this field of 11. Second heat of the men's 800-meter run. Coming up after this race, there'll be a little bit of a break because they have to put some hurdles on the track. We'll do the women's and men's 400-meter hurdle as coverage of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships on the final day, championship day, rolls right on. Right now, the second heat of the men's 800-meter run. And we had a little bit of a problem with the start there. Everyone backs off the line. Now, in these longer races, the start not as important as a 100-meter run. You can overcome what you would call a bad jump a little bit more so here than you would be able to in, say, a 100 or 110 hurdles. Around the first turn, now everyone will cut in. This is a difficult challenge for someone starting on the outside. Oh boy, someone took a tumble there at the back of the pack. Has his work cut out for him to try to catch back up. The last two both from Florida Tech. I'm not sure if they ran into each other or what. In the front, we've got number 8, number 3, number 4, number 6, and number 1. And it's wide open. In the lead, though, freshman from Clayton State, Aaron Martin, will hold the lead halfway through this race. From Montevallo, it's Logan Sadler on his heels with one more lap to go. He's trying to stretch out his lead, though. Aaron Martin from Clayton State. Can he hold on? Trying to extend that lead, perhaps. Boy, he had a great jump start on the outside, was able to cut in front of the rest of the pack. Now trying to hang on to his lead. It's shrinking, but it's not gone yet. Martin trying to hold off a challenge. Logan Sadler trying to take him down. And Eugens Decius behind the rest of them. Here's Sadler. He's trying to finish strong. A big surge from UNC Pembroke. That's Kellen Corson. He will take second in the second heat. Great surge by UNCP at the very end. Sadler at 156.21. Corson 156.83. Martin at 157.54. And Scheffel at 157.79. Your top four finishers in the second heat. Whitehead at 157.83. Decius 158.39. Guttery not able to break the 2-minute barrier there. 201.6. A very good race. Both heats of the men's 800-meter dash. But now we'll take a little bit of a break here on the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championship Day. We'll put some hurdles on the track. We'll run 400-meter hurdle races coming up next. Women's 400-meter hurdles and the field. Christine Sora from Nova Southeastern is in lane 1. Lisette Ponce, sophomore from Nova Southeastern, is in lane 2. From Shorter, a freshman, Maya Golden is in lane 3. Heather Hammett from Augusta is in lane 4. Maya Carter from Florida Tech in lane 5. And then 3 Nova Southeastern Sharks, Shakira Bartley, Jasmine Elliston, and Kelly Johnson in lanes 6, 7, and 8. One lap around the track, a couple hurdles to jump over, and the lanes to watch are the middle ones, Golden and Hammett, as well as Carter, all 3 under 103, and Shakira Bartley, the only other one under 104 in terms of top qualifying times. Halfway through the race, and it looks like, again, those middle lanes are the ones to watch and the ones who will be making a push for the victory. Lane 4, that's Heather Hammett in the lead. Can she hold on? Here comes lane 6, Shakira Bartley with the late effort. Maya Carter in second. Bartley sprinting to the finish. She will take it home in lane 6. Shakira Bartley is the winner with a time of 1:01.6. She shatters her previous best by nearly a whole second. Carter from Florida Tech at 1:02.08. Golden from Shorter, 1:02.68. Hammett from Augusta, 1:03.89. She led for much of the way and kind of slowed down at the very end, allowing Shakira Bartley, who had the best qualifying time and the previous conference record of 1:01.87. She surged at the very end to claim first place for now. We do have a second heat, but like we've said all day, competitors in the second heat not fast enough to get into heat number 1, but that doesn't rule them out from a victory here. Shakira Bartley, though, has to feel pretty good about a conference record 1:01.6 in the 400-meter hurdles. The field for heat number 2, we've got, looks like just 4 competitors here. In lane 3, from Montevallo, sophomore Ashley Anderson. From UNC Pembroke, junior Lakezia Sykes. From UNC Pembroke, sophomore in lane 5, Kabori Gorham. And from Montevallo, junior in lane 6, Anna Lienheiser. So they'll get their stretches in. Shakira Bartley from Nova Southeastern trying to help her team come back a little bit in the team standings, as the Sharks were down a little bit on the women's side. Shorter is the leader on both the women's and men's side. They've been in that first place spot pretty much all day. It's not really surprising. We knew coming into this whole track season that it was basically the associate members, Shorter, Alabama Huntsville, and Nova Southeastern in particular, but Florida Tech as well, up near the top of the Peach Belt Conference standings. Looks like UNC Pembroke's Lakezia Sykes is the first one over the second hurdle as they approach the third hurdle. 100 meters in the books. Sykes in the lead. Her teammate, Kabori Gorham, running by her side. But Sykes with a pretty sizable lead. She appears to be out in front, and those outside lanes still have another turn to go. It's Sykes, then Gorham, then Lienheiser with Ashley Anderson, who I think stumbled on one of those first hurdles. In lane 4, Lakezia Sykes cruising here in heat number 2. This is where you find motivation. Get to the finish. Get the best time you possibly can. Try to earn some team points. No doubt about who won heat number 2. It's Lakezia Sykes with a time of 1:05.92. Lienheiser from Montevallo, 1:07.85. Gorham from UNC Pembroke at 1:09.7. And Anderson from Montevallo at 1:12.49. So that was the women's 400-meter hurdles. We'll pause very briefly as they adjust the hurdles. This is a real quick test for the hurdle crew. They have to adjust those hurdles up, make them a little bit taller for the men who will come out and run their 400-meter dash. Now, the hurdles stay in the same spot. Now, That's one of the differences between the 100 and 110 versus 400 hurdles and 400 hurdles for the women and men respectively. With the fact that the men's short hurdles is a longer race, the strides could be more or less equivalent. But because this is a longer race, you still clear, I believe, the same number of hurdles. Your strides can get a little bit different. You might have to shorten up your strides. Now, this is something that takes practice. You could be watching at home and see some of these events that it looks easy. Certainly, we saw that in some of the long and high jump. It can look easy, but it is not. It takes obviously the years of practice to perfect it, and even more skill and ability to make it look so easy. This is the field for the men's 100-meter hurdles. Again, Heat 1 is the faster heat of the two. We'll have 8 competitors in Section 1 and just 5 in Heat number 2. The middle lanes with the top qualifying times, and the individual to beat in this race is Shorter's Wake Roberts, who comes in with a time of 53 seconds flat, far and away the best qualifying time. Akeem David with the second best qualifying time from Nova Southeastern at 54.54, so a second and a half difference between the top qualifier and the next closest competitor. But that might not have been in the same race against each other, so how they'll fare head-to-head, and whether Wake Roberts can bring his A game here when it matters for a conference championship on the line. That's what we'll have to see. The rest of the field, William Chandler, a freshman from Columbus State, in lane 1. Cameron Lay, a freshman from Alabama Huntsville, is in lane 2. In lane 3, from Nova Southeastern, it's junior Rohan Mullings. In lane 4, Shorter Jr., Wake Roberts. Lane 5, Akeem David, a freshman from Nova Southeastern. Lane 6, from UNC Pembroke, sophomore Michael Powell. In lane 7, from Shorter, sophomore Supan Randanaya. And in lane 8, from UNC Pembroke, Isaac Sampson. He's a freshman. We have a little bit of a delay here as the athletes have mostly made their way off the track. Not sure what this is about. Looked like we were ready to go. You guys were getting their practice strides in, coming out of the blocks, making those final mental preparations. And then everyone stepped off the track. And I believe this is an officials pausing this to try to keep everything on schedule, that they don't want to run ahead of schedule. So for now, I'll step aside, take a quick break, and when these athletes come back out onto the track, we'll come back and bring you the men's 400-meter hurdles. This is the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. So now it looks like we're ready to go with the men's 400-meter hurdles. We'll introduce you to the field again. In lane 1 from Columbus State, William Chandler. In lane 2 from Alabama Huntsville, Cameron Lay. Lane 3, Nova Southeastern, so Rohan Mullings. Lane 4, Wake Roberts, he's the favorite. Akeem David from Nova Southeastern is in lane 5. Michael Powell from UNC Pembroke in lane 6. Supan Randanaya from Shorter in lane 7. And Isaac Sampson from UNC Pembroke in lane 8. Clean start for the men's 400-meter hurdles. And let's see how they're doing. A little tough to tell on the first couple hurdles, but it looks to be no surprise. Wake Roberts in lane 4 appears to have the early edge. We'll get a better sense as they make their way into the second turn. And then out of that second turn, middle couple runners, it's Roberts in lane 4, and then Mullings in lane 3, and David in lane 5. Your top couple competitors coming into the last 100 meters of this 400-meter hurdle. It is Wake Roberts in lane 4. Can he hold off a charge from Akeem David in lane 5? And the answer is yes. In third place, it's Supan Randanaya from Shorter, and in fourth place, in lane 2, Cameron Lay from Alabama Huntsville. Roberts, 52.82. David, second place, 53.95. Third place goes to Randanaya at 54.71. And fourth place, Lay at 55.5. Excuse me, 55.5, yeah. 55.51, fourth place. But yes, the winner of heat number 1, Wake Roberts from Shorter. And no upset there. He had the top qualifying time. He jumped out to a quick start and then held off his top challenger at the end. And barring, again, something crazy happening in this second heat, he will be the 2016 Peach Belt Conference 400-meter hurdle champion. Rohan Mullings in lane 3, a little slow to get up. As we get ready to begin the second heat of 2, this has just 5 competitors. We'll introduce you to them right now. In lane 2, junior from Montevallo, Brandon Farish. Lane 3 from Columbus State, freshman Nathan Chapman. Lane 4 from Alabama Huntsville, freshman Austin Cottle. In lane 5 from Augusta, the sophomore Xavier Fennell. And in lane 6, the Montevallo Falcon, sophomore Michael Johnson. They'll take their time making their way onto the track. That was a very tough finish. A couple guys at the end of that first heat were on the pavement, on the track for a couple minutes. You see that sometimes on really warm days where it hurts to try to finish a race like that. But today is on the warmer side. It's 77 degrees, partly cloudy, but the wind's sort of picking up. And when you're running in a serious high level like this, the wind can actually be an element that you really have to battle. It really takes a lot out of you, especially in a situation where you're covering a full circle, where it's not just a 100 or a 200. You're doing one whole lap around the track because you don't feel it as much when the wind is at your back. You're not thinking about it. It's not something that's in your head. But when it's blowing strong and you have to do a whole lap, that means that you're facing cross breeze 2 of your sides, and then you're also running into it for about 100 meters as well. Looks like a couple of scratches here. It will be just lanes 4 and 5 competing in this second heat. Austin Cottle from Alabama Huntsville, Xavier Fennell from Augusta. Xavier Fennell in lane 5. And Austin Cottle from Alabama Huntsville in lane 4. Just a 2-person second heat. Just treat this as though these were also times that were taking place in heat number 1. Top overall time is the champion. These two with times that were just short of competing in the first heat. But with so much open space, not as many competitors, not so much to worry about, you might see one of these guys run a personal best. Fennell, way out in front. He's got a lead of about 8 meters over Cottle as they come down the home stretch. The winner of heat number 2 in lane 5 from Augusta is Xavier Fennell. Time of 59.64, and Austin Cottle, time of 1 minute 0.91. So just a shade under 1 minute and 1 second for Austin Cottle. Not his best, but a personal record for sophomore Xavier Fennell from Augusta, who does claim first place in the two-person second heat. They'll clear some hurdles off the track now. We'll give them some time to do that. When we come back, it'll be the women's 200-meter dash, part of the final day, championship day of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. women's 200-meter dash now, as we'll do 3 heats of this. There was supposed to be a prelim round last night. That got rained out and rescheduled and then reseeded. So that now the top 8 are all in this heat. Then the next 8 are all in the next heat, and then everyone else in the third heat. But there's no prelims. This is the finals. The top time across these 3 heats is the champion. And the field for Heat 1. This will be a very fast and very evenly matched heat. In Lane 1 from UNC Pembroke, senior Johnny Perez. In Lane 2 from shorter, sophomore Jasmine Crump. In Lane 3 from Nova Southeastern, junior Shannon Roll. In Lane 4 from shorter, senior Ayanna Walker. And she is the favorite with the top qualifying time. In Lane 5 from Nova Southeastern, Sherelle Jordan. In Lane 6 from shorter, Alexis Smith. She's a junior. In Lane 7 from UNC Pembroke, senior Fatima Funderburk. And in Lane 8 from shorter, freshman Amber Littlejohn. This should be a very evenly matched heat. Ayanna Walker with the best qualifying time of 24.17. Sherelle Jordan right behind her, 24.41. Shannon Roll at 24.81. And so is Alexis Smith. Those are all right there. Very solid times in the women's 200-meter dash. The NCAA provisional time is 24.53. The auto time is 23.6. So no one with an automatic time yet. Plenty of the ladies competing here in this fastest heat have provisional times already. Looking to improve on that, as well as take home points for their team, and competing for the honor of being the Peach Belt Conference champion in the 200-meter dash. 3 heats, but this one is the fastest of the 3 in terms of the qualifying times. In those middle lanes, Ayanna Walker in 4, as well as Roll in 3, Jordan in 5, and Smith in 6 are the ones to watch. Jasmine Crump in lane 2, also with a sub-25 time in qualifying. And Fatima Funderburk at 25.01. She'll be in lane 7. Here they go, the women's 200-meter dash. Clean start, everyone in their lanes. As they come out of the turn, who has the advantage? In lane 4, it's Ayanna Walker starting to pull away. Chasing her is Sherelle Jordan in lane 5, but it's Walker with the edge. She holds on and takes first place in heat number 1. Those times, 24.05 for Walker, 24.56 for Jordan. Roll with a time of 24.83. Crump from shorter with 24.87. That's the top 4 in heat number 1. Littlejohn, 25.02. Those are your top 5 for women's 200-meter dash. Ayanna Walker, 24.05. She shaves 12 100ths of a second off of her previous best. And has set the bar, well, I would say, almost impossibly high for the rest of the field. But let's see what heat number 2 brings. In lane 1 from UNC Pembroke, freshman Jada Wallace. In lane 2 from Augusta, sophomore Deja Johnson. In lane 3 from Montevallo, freshman Morgan Daniels. In lane 4 from shorter, freshman Promise Clark. In lane 5, another shorter freshman, Ansley Long. In lane 6, freshman from Columbus State, Tatiana Wayne. Kemore Anderson from shorter. She's a junior and will be in lane 7. And in lane 8, junior from Columbus State, Rachel Dixon. This is heat number 2 of the women's 200-meter dash. Then we'll have one more heat of the women's 200 before we turn to the men's 200-meter dash. Top seed time in this heat belongs to Promise Clark in lane 4 at 25.34 seconds. Ansley Long, her teammate and fellow shorter Hawk freshman, has the next best time at 25.37. So those two are very close when it comes to the 200-meter dash. The runners Stepping towards the blocks, taking their marks. Boy, in the foreground there, we just saw a javelin miss the mark. Missed the legal throw there. Had a couple of those that have been pretty close. Looks like nobody in lane 3. No Morgan Daniels from Montevallo. She is a scratch here in this heat. Field events have been going on all day. We're bringing you just the track events here. Second heat of the women's 200-meter dash. And a quick start in the middle. There's a couple lanes. Looks like Promise Clark from Shorter. Trailing her teammate now. That's Ansley Long from Shorter. And in lane 1, a solid effort from Jada Wallace. Can she surge to the finish line? It is lane 5, Ansley Long winning heat number 2. Oh boy, Jada Wallace takes a tumble at the end. 24.68 for Long. Clark with a time of 25.34. Wallace, 25.41. She shaves half a second off her personal best. She'll get some medical attention on the track right at the finish line. A very tight race there, just what we expected out of this second heat. Ansley Long with a very nice time to take home first place in the second heat. So now we take a look now at the lineup for heat number 3. And for that third heat, Ariel Boyd-Ghani, freshman from Clayton State, will be in lane 2. Lauren Davis, junior from Alabama Huntsville, in lane 3. Shanice Walker, senior from Clayton State, in lane 4. Ramel Williams, sophomore from Shorter, in lane 5. And UNC Pembroke freshman Angelica McNair, scheduled to be in lane 6. So lanes 1, 7, and 8 empty here for this third and final heat of the women's 200-meter dash. The fast heat was lane 1, or was heat 1. That's the way it's been in every event that's been like this today. Third heat underway now. Men's 200-meter coming up after this. Oh, this is Ramel Williams from Shorter has the lead. Clayton State's Shanice Walker on her heels. So is Angelica McNair from UNC Pembroke. But the winner in lane 5, Ramel Williams from Shorter. So plenty of Shorter Hawks doing very nice things in the women's 200-meter dash. Shorter is the team leader on both the women's and men's side. And they just continue to rack up team points and come closer and closer to clinching a Peach Belt Conference crown. Back over to the starting line now, where we have the fastest heat of the men's 200-meter dash about ready to begin. The lane assignments: in lane 1 from Shorter, freshman Emile Cessaire. In lane 2, freshman from Shorter, Barnett Bailey. In lane 3, freshman from Nova Southeastern, Tyler Johnson. In lane 4, freshman from Shorter, Jozan Carter. In lane 5, from Alabama Huntsville, Quantrell McConico. In lane 6, junior from Augusta, Levanta Reddick. In lane 7, Nicardo Cameron, the sophomore from Florida Tech. And in lane 8 from Florida Tech, junior Terrence Brookins. Jozan Carter, the Shorter freshman, has the top qualifying time of 24.17. That's inside the provisional mark of 24.53. And the automatic mark, is 23.60. Some of the other top times here in the men's 200-meter dash. Carter at 21.59. Does not have a very big lead over McConico from Alabama Huntsville at 21.60. Tyler Johnson from Nova Southeastern, 21.66. He's in lane 3. And lane 6, Reddick from Augusta has a 21.72 time. So this will be a very close race. These are, again, the 8 fastest men in the 200-meter dash in the Peach Belt Conference. And the men's 200-meter will have 4 heats here today. The first 3 will have 8 competitors. The last one will have 6. So this is a very popular event, and a lot of Peach Belt Conference men qualifying in this event. But this is the one to watch. This one will most likely determine a champion in this event. Thought they were ready to go. Not quite yet. One more time, the lane assignments. Emile Césaire in lane 1. Arnett Bailey in lane 2. Tyler Johnson, lane 3. Jozon Carter in 4. Quantrell Meconico in 5. Levante Reddick in 6. Cameron in 7. And Brookins in 8. Heat 1 of 4 of the men's 200-meter dash. Coming down the home stretch here of the track events of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. After this, we have just the 5K and then the 4x4. Here we go. Clean start. And a very quick start as well. Coming into the turn, 100 meters to go. This one's still too close to call. In lane 4, Jozon Carter has given up the lead. It's lane 6 with Reddick. And a photo finish. Who has the win? Wait for the official times. It's Augustus Reddick, 21.62. 21.76, second place for Bailey from Shorter, 21.84 from Florida Tech's Brookins. That is your top 3 in the fastest heat of the men's 200-meter dash, 21.62. That is a tenth of a second faster than the previous best time for Levante Reddick. But still slower than the NCAA provisional time. It's been tough, though, because they were running that into the wind. It's not how you run wind or not. You don't worry so much about the time. It's just about who is the fastest, who wins on this day. If everybody's running slower than their personal best, it's who's the fastest here today. And in that fastest heat, in lane 6, junior Levante Reddick winning that first heat. So now the field for heat number 2. And because that time was just 21.6, it sort of leaves the door open here. We have somebody here in this second group who, again, none of them have run a 21.6. None of them have run even a 21.7. As the best qualifying time in this field belongs to Wesley Clay, who has a time, best time this year of 21.82. He's in lane 4. The competitors around him: in lane 1, Jalen Tolbert, a junior from Columbus State. In lane 2, Brett Godwin, sophomore from UNC Pembroke. In lane 3, Ismail Voltaire, a junior from Nova Southeastern. Wesley Clay is in lane 4. He's a senior from Shorter. Lester Miller in lane 5, the freshman from Shorter. Lane 6 will have John Williams from Columbus State. Lane 7, freshman from Nova Southeastern, Devontae Gibson. In lane 8, Devontae Fletcher, a sophomore from Shorter. Lester Miller, that should be a familiar name. He took home second in the 100-meter dash. And here we go, section 2 of the men's 200-meter dash. Another very close race. Good effort in lane 2 from Brett Godwin from UNC Pembroke. But in lane number 5, It's Lester Miller. Did he hold on from the late surge from Godwin? It's Miller with a time of 21.92. Godwin at 22 flat to take home second place in this second heat. 22.36 is the time for Voltaire, and 22.5 for Tolbert from Columbus State to take home fourth in this heat. Back to the other side of the track now for the field for the third heat of the men's 200-meter dash. It looks like this. Senior from Montevallo in lane 1, Shaquem Jackson. In lane 2, a UNC Pembroke freshman, Stephen Miller. In lane 3, A.J. Franklin, who's a senior from Nova Southeastern. Shorter seniors in both 4 and 5, Gregory Rochford and Christopher Johnson. Lane 6 has Florida Tech senior Umut Oztekin. In lane 7, Florida Tech sophomore Errol Farquharson. And in lane 8, Twain Gordon, who is a junior from Florida Tech. Again, the provisional qualifying time, 21.5. The automatic time of 20.70. And so far, no one in the conference, either in any meet previously this year or in today's action, has hit the provisional time in the men's 200. That is a very fast mark of 21.5. And with the wind blowing fairly sharply back in the faces of the runners as they come down the home stretch of the 200, that really slows you down. It has not been an ideal day for sprints with the wind blowing the way it has. Could be an ideal day for some of the throws, depending on which direction you're throwing. But tell you what, if you're out there in the crowd today, it's a nice breeze. You are not disapproving of the wind one bit. Warm, very nice, partly cloudy day. The breeze feels just terrific outside, but when you're running into it at full speed, not so great. Not so great. Heat 3 of 4 for the men's 200-meter dash. Jackson in 1, Miller in 2, Franklin in 3, Rochford in 4, Johnson in 5, Oztekin in 6, Farquharson in 7, and Gordon in 8. I have no Gordon in 8. He appears to scratch. And they're off. Coming out of the turn, UNC Pembroke, Stephen Miller looking good in lane 2. Miller running well. He's got Chris Johnson from Shorter in lane 5 on his heels, but it will be Stephen Miller from UNC Pembroke winning the third heat with a time of 21.98. Johnson in second with 22.21. Jackson from Montevallo, 22.57. Those are your top three in the third heat. And then Farquharson from Florida Tech, 22.72. Still well behind that winning pace in heat number 1. It was Reddick who posted a 21.6. So here is the fourth and final heat. And they line up like this in this fourth heat. UNC Pembroke freshman Keyshawn Tyler is in lane 2. In lane 3, it's Florida Tech freshman Matthew Lanou. In lane 4, Kudawashi Nayahuma, freshman from Augusta. In lane 5, Trevian Jenkins, freshman from Alabama Huntsville. And then a pair of Clayton State Lakers in lanes 6 and 7, junior Jaleel Waldron and sophomore Eric Williams. Those orange tops, much easier to tell apart in a crowd. I've got to say, I appreciate that. Going with something distinctive in a meet with as many teams as this. 9 teams here in this meet. The 5 Peach Belt Conference members that have track and field programs, as well as the 4 associate members. And, from up here in the broadcast booth, it's been a little bit tough at times to tell apart Shorter and Alabama Huntsville. They both wear blue tops with blue bottoms. So the bright orange, certainly appreciated. Not necessarily easy on the eyes, but a lot of things about track bright colors, very popular with this in terms of the shoes, the spikes, the technical term. A lot of bright colors in those. It's not a muted sport. Just ask Usain Bolt. There's nothing quiet about track and field at a high level. Fourth and final heat of the men's 200. They are set, and they're off. Tyler in 2, Lanu in 3, Nyahuma in 4, Jenkins in 5, Waldron in 6, and Williams in 7. Halfway through, and it's another tight one. In lane 5, Trevian Jenkins from Alabama Huntsville starting to break away, and he will win his heat. Trevian Jenkins, just a freshman, posting a very nice run. Time of 22.10. From Augusta, Nyahuma comes in second, 22.52. Tyler from UNC Pembroke, 22.56. And in fourth in the men's 200-meter dash, the time of 22.57, it's Waldron from Clayton State. So that kind of does it for the sprints here today, ladies and gentlemen. From here on out, we're looking at some what you'd call middle to long distance running. The women's 5,000 meter is coming up next, then the men's 5K, and we'll wrap up with a pair of 4x4s, the women's and the men's. A couple heats of those each. When we come back, actually, let's see. I don't know if we're going to take a break here. It looks like they get the cones off and about ready to start with the women's 5,000. I don't blame them. Let's get this started. This is a long race. There's kind of no two ways about it. This is the longest remaining race, as the top time so far this season in the women's 5,000 belongs to Annabelle Knoll from Nova Southeastern with a time of 17 minutes and 26.5 seconds. The next best time goes to Katie Nelson from Montevallo at 17 minutes 44.96 seconds. Both of them short of the provisional time, which is 17.21, and way off the immensely fast automatic time of 16 minutes 25.35 seconds. That is seriously moving. We have two heats of the women's 5,000. And in the first heat, this is, again, the faster heat of the two. We'll see 13 runners who are seated. And then in the second heat, 13 more. The group for heat number 1 of the women's 5,000, Annabelle Knoll from Nova Southeastern is the favorite. Then Katie Nelson from Montevallo, they're both freshmen. Senior from Alabama Huntsville, Vicky Winslow. And Hannah Evans, sophomore from Montevallo, in the top 4. Number 5 is Kirsten Axelson, a freshman from Florida Tech. Number 6 seed is Catherine Torino from Montevallo. Leah Tardanico from UNC Pembroke is the 7. Cheyenne Thompson from Montevallo is the 8. Leah Sikorsky from Shorter, she's a senior, as well as senior from Augusta, Jordan Humphrey. Olivia Rodriguez from Augusta is a junior. Senior from Clayton State, Taylor Galvin. And junior from Montevallo, Natalie Shoemaker. Two heats of the women's 5,000. There'll be two heats of the women's 5,000, and then two heats of the men's 5,000. A couple more men's runners than women. 13 in each heat for the women, 16 in the first heat for the men, and 14 in the second heat. So 23 versus 30 in terms of sheer numbers of brave souls ready to run a 5,000. That is 12 and a half laps around the track. And that's a lot. It's a lot of running. Especially because some of these runners ran the steeplechase early this morning. Steeplechase went off at about 9 and 9:30 respectively for the women and men. So plenty of time to rest, but not a lot either. It's the women's 5,000 beginning at 3:39 p.m. Eastern Time. Nice reasonable pace coming out of the blocks, or I should say, not coming out of the blocks, coming out of the starting line. So, at this distance, you don't see runners using the blocks. Tight pack at the beginning. And the leader at the very start is Taylor Galvin, senior from Clayton State. the only Laker in the opening field in heat number 1. She's passed by Kirsten Axelson from Florida Tech. This whole pack sticking pretty tightly together. We'll see that for most of this race. And it will be a little bit of time before the top runners start to break away from the rest of the pack. Axelson in the lead. Annabelle Knoll not far behind, 1 lap in. Let's see how long she waits to make her move. The favorite in this race, Annabelle Knoll, looking to pass on the outside. Will she take the lead right away or wait a little bit? Katie Nelson from Montevallo, the top runner in the purple top, with a pair of her Falcon teammates bring up the rear for now. Very tight in the front. Knoll now passes and takes the lead. And 2 seed Katie Nelson also will make her pass on Kirsten Axelson. 1.5 laps down of this 12.5 lap race. And oh wow, Annabelle Knoll really starting to stretch it out and create some distance between her and the rest of the pack. Let's see how everyone else responds. That is a bold move right away. Well, relatively speaking, right away in this very long race. Annabelle Knoll creating some separation. Couple strides now between the top 2 and the rest of the field. And it's the top 2, Knoll and Nelson, have kept their stride ahead of the rest. The women's 5,000 meter rolls on. Starting to separate herself now. It's Katie Nelson from Montevallo. She is pulled ahead of Annabelle Knoll. They were both way in front of the rest of the pack the whole way here. As they have 5 laps to go. Oh, no, Knoll falls down. Knoll was in second. She goes down on the infield. And that opens the door wide open for Katie Nelson to go the rest of the way. Knoll had been in first for a good chunk of this race, with Nelson really pushing her. Now the rest of the field has gone ahead and finished that lap, with Knoll down right in front of the timers table and receiving some medical attention there. Wishing her the best. Doesn't look like she will be able to finish this race. Which means that it's Katie Nelson with a lead of about 100 meters on the rest of the field. Nelson had passed Knoll already, and I think this was the first time she even is aware of the fact that Knoll is not even running behind her. That's a really a tough situation for a runner mentally, to see that. This is especially in the distance races. There's so much respect for your fellow competitor. Obviously, in every race, but so much of distance running, these longer races, you really work with your competition. You work with your competition for most of the race. The idea being, if it's a 12.5 lap race, the sort of unspoken communication is that we're working together to get through the first 10 laps as best as we can, and then the last, whether it's 2 laps or sometimes it's even shorter than that. Sometimes you really just lock down and try to focus on the last 400 meters, 200 meters, whatever. That's when you really focus in on trying to beat your competition. That's when you're competing against them. But so much of getting through these long distance races hinges on how well can you work with someone. You're all working towards a common goal. It's not necessarily you're trying to beat the other person, but in these distance kinds of races and in these long distance running mentality, you're competing against yourself. You're competing against what is your own personal best, and can you improve upon it? Not so much trying to beat the other person, especially at this level, where you're talking about a Division II contest, and all of these runners obviously had very successful high school careers, where most of the races they would be running at the high school and youth level, they're way better than their competition. So the people who are out here at this level at running distance races blew away everybody else most of their life that they've been competing. Have been one of the best the entire time. And in order to improve, and this is even possibly true right now as we continue to look at Katie Nelson from Montevallo, who is leading the pack by about 70 or 80 meters right now, the motivation to keep going. You're not looking over your shoulder. You'll never see somebody in the situation look over his or her shoulder, because you're not competing against the other runner. You're competing against yourself. You're looking at the clock and looking at your splits, listening to your coach, and trying to beat your own previous best times, not just concerned on what do I need to do to finish first. If Katie Nelson was concerned about trying to finish first right now and not worried about anything else, she would slow down. She would let her teammate, who's currently in second, that looks like, let's see, it looks like Hannah Evans, who is in second place right now, from Montevallo teammate. Let them catch up to you. Let's run together, and I'm just going to stay focused on the fact that I'm going to be 20 meters ahead of you. A comfortable enough lead, but slowing down. No, that's not what any of these runners are going to do, because that's not how these races are run. The idea is to run your best possible time. You can see the looks of concerns on some of these runners as they cross the finish line now in the back of the pack, and see Annabelle Knoll still down on the infield. Handful of athletic trainers all making sure she is well taken care of. Back around, coming down the home stretch for the end of lap number, I suppose this is lap number 10, is Katie Nelson. Her teammate Hannah Evans has started to close the gap on her a little bit. Margin right now, I'd say about 75 meters. Certainly not a close race right now. 1 lap to go for Katie Nelson. Let's see her really kick it into high gear as she tries to lock up first place and the Peach Belt Conference title in the women's 5K. Vicki Winslow right now in second place. She's now 50 meters into her final lap. And then third place from Florida Tech, Kirsten Axelson. Stretch here for Katie Nelson. She completes her final lap. Teammate Hannah Evans not able to do much to close the gap. And crossing the finish line in first place from Montevallo, it's Katie Nelson, a time just under 18 minutes. She is the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Women's 5,000 meter champion. Second place goes to Hannah Evans. Third place will be Vicki Winslow as she keeps going. She crosses the finish line as well. So those are your top 3. It goes Nelson, Evans, Winslow at the front of the women's 5,000 meter. Here comes Kirsten Axelson to the finish, but she will be running out of distance behind her as Thompson from Montevallo also with a strong charge to the finish. Right behind her, Clayton State's Gavin Taylor. Now Leah Tardanico from UNC Pembroke. She gets across the finish line and immediately goes into the infield. And it looks like that's it in terms of other runners. No one else out there on the track. So a brutal women's 5K. Handful of non-finishers. Sikorsky, Rodriguez, Thompson, Humphrey, and Shoemaker all not finishing this race. Didn't necessarily see when they dropped out. But, wow, that was tough to watch at times. A bunch of runners really struggling with this race. So I'm not sure what that does psychologically to this next group. The second heat of the women's 5,000 meter run. 13 runners in this pack, and all of them with qualifying times that fall behind that first group. So this will be a slower race. We'll see if that actually maybe helps, and we'll see some more finishers here. Because that first race was run at a pace that was not sustainable for many of those ladies, and a very good effort for everyone who got to the finish line. Obviously, Katie Nelson taking home first place with it, the likely Peach Belt Conference Championship for her Montevallo Falcons, and 10 big team points for the team. Second heat in the women's 5K. Looks like this: Stacy Solomon, freshman from Alabama Huntsville; Amber Braswell, freshman from Columbus State; Morgan Reif, junior from Augusta; Raina Green, senior from Columbus State; Victoria Pecky, sophomore from Nova Southeastern; Casey Orlando, freshman from Florida Tech; Lynette Cepeda, junior from Columbus State; Savannah Fornshell, senior from UNC Pembroke; Gabrielle Trimlett, sophomore from Florida Tech; Sarah Newcam, freshman from Nova Southeastern; Joy Diaz, junior from Columbus State; Kimberly Zam, sophomore from Clayton State; and Angel Sillavant, freshman from Alabama Huntsville. Just like we saw in that first race, very condensed lead pack. The one on the inside and in the front at the very beginning is Morgan Reif from Augusta, as they run 3 wide across the beginning, and we'll see how long that stays, because it is really tough to be the outside runner in that circumstance, because you're running a couple extra meters on the outside, and over the course of a 12.5 lap race, that is just not sustainable. You have to run so much faster than anybody who's staying on the inside of lane 1. Just think about the stagger that's given in a 400-meter race. When someone has to stay in their lane, the stagger that's given for someone in just lane 2 for 1 lap around, then multiply that by 12. That's how much further you would have to run if you tried to run shoulder to shoulder with someone in lane 1 for a 12-lap race. It's poor strategy. You're better served getting right behind them, locking right in on their shoulder blades, and trying to run with them step for step. That's what a good distance coach will teach you. In a long race like this, any extra motion, any extra use of energy, whether that's your arms or your head or even your eyes, where your eyes are focusing, you want as much energy as possible to be expended on what matters, and that's the race itself. So visually, you glance right at the back, right in between the shoulders of the runner in front of you, and try to catch them. Or in a race like this, more often, just stay with them. Keep the pace with them. Amber Braswell from Columbus State, taking her turn near the front of the pack. Starting to see some more separation between the front and back of the leader pack. Still mostly sticking together. It's Braswell, Green, Solomon, and Reif, the top 3, as they've now completed 2 laps. The top 4, Braswell, Green, Cepeda, and Reif. That's the 7 seed, Lynette Cepeda, making a nice run and staying with the front group. So there are 10 laps to go here in the women's 5K, the second of 2 heats. Hope you enjoy 5K running, because we've got multiple heats of the men's 5K coming up after this race. Then the final events of the day, the women's and men's 4x400 meter relays. We'll have 1 heat of the women's race and 2 heats of the men's race there, as we rapidly approach the conclusion of the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. Final day, championship day, and there will be a team champion when it's all said and done. Pretty tight-knit race at the top, as there are 3 laps remaining in the women's 5K. This is the second of 2 heats in this race. The leaders right now in this race, we've got Victoria Pecky from Nova Southeastern. There with Angel Silivant, freshman from Alabama Huntsville. Morgan Reif from Augusta. Marina Green from Columbus State. And Stacy Solomon from Alabama Huntsville. Composing that lead group right now in this second of 2 heats. Katie Nelson won the first heat, and with a pretty good time. I don't expect that time to be beaten here. With 2.5 laps to go, they would need to run these last 2.5 laps in about 2 minutes flat. I don't see that happening after they've already run 10 laps. Still a potential to sneak in and add some team points. All of these runners in the second heat with slower qualifying times than anyone in the first heat, but we saw a lot of runners in that first heat drop out because it was run at such a relentless pace. Marina Green from Columbus State leading the pack right now. Morgan Reif from Augusta pulls in front now. And Angel Silivant hanging tough. She's the 13 seed in this race. Did not have a seed time. This is the first time she's run this race in her collegiate career. Putting on a very good show. 2 laps remaining in this second heat of the women's 5,000. After this, we'll do 2 heats of the men's 5,000. So a lot of distance running going on here in this stretch. They're awarding the women's heptathlon medals on the podium right now. Hunter Chavry from Montevallo came in first. Gina Cube from UNC Pembroke taking second in that race. Or in that competition, I should say. It's more than a race. It's a lot of things going on with the women's heptathlon. But back to the track right now. Where it's Angel Silivant from Alabama Huntsville who's taken the lead. Behind her, Morgan Reif from Augusta. They've started to pull away from Marina Green, who had been in the lead for a good chunk. Bell lap now, final lap of the second heat of the women's 5,000 meter race. Action a little bit more spread out now down the stretch. What was a pretty tight-knit lead pack has really separated itself out. And then that sort of secondary pack also has filtered out. Angel Silivant in the lead with 220 meters to go. She's got a lead of more than 20 meters on her next closest competitor. She is Raina Green from Columbus State. Silivant lapping a competitor as she sprints towards the finish line. What a strong kick for her. Tell you what, if she had competed in this event before, she would not have been in the second heat. What a run from the freshman, Angel Silivant, 19:17.6. She wins the second heat. Coming on hard in second place, Raina Green. She comes up just a little bit short. Morgan Reif will take home second place with a time of 19 minutes, 28.69 seconds. Petchy in third from Nova Southeastern at 19:30. Wow, and Green comes in fourth, 19:30.39. 3/100th of a second between third and fourth place in this heat. How about that? You run 12 and a half laps, and you're separated by 3/100ths of a second from a competitor. This is a cool sport sometimes. Gotta tell you what, it's a long day. There's a lot of action that goes on. It's warm. The wind is kind of down. It's humid too. Some of these athletes really struggling here as they get across the finish line. You still have some photo finishes in some of these very long races. You look at the leaderboard here in this race. Final times for the second heat of the women's 5,000 meter run. We'll let this event finish up. When we come back, it'll be the men's 5,000 meter. 2 heats of that. This is the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. The men's 5,000 meter field is set and ready to go. We'll have 2 heats. This is the faster heat of the 2, and the field for this heat. The 1 seed and one of the most impressive distance runners of the weekend, Alfred Chalanga from Shorter. He's already claimed championships in the 1,500 and the 10K, looking to add a 5K to it because why not? What a weekend it's been for him. He has the top qualifying time of 14 minutes, 13.81 seconds, which is, get this, 46 seconds faster than the next best qualifying time, which belongs to Cody Malchuk, a sophomore from Columbus State. Those are the only 2 under the 15-minute mark, and then everybody else in between 15 minutes flat and 15:40. The rest of the field looks like this. Freshman from Nova Southeastern, Maximilian Spurl. Junior from Shorter, Victor Kozgi. Dylan Forrester, who's a sophomore from Augusta. UNC Pembroke senior Joel Johnston, UNCP junior Tim Sigmund, Ryan McFall, who's a senior from Columbus State, Augusta freshman Daniel Broadhead, Alabama Huntsville freshman Bryden Groves Scott, Cale Pirtle, who's a junior from Clayton State, Florida Tech freshman Tucker Mells, Nova Southeastern senior Christian Opel, UNC Pembroke senior Neb Anu, Alabama Huntsville sophomore Anthony Wells, and UNCP freshman Broderick Bogus. So the story here to watch, Alfred Chalonga from Shorter has the fastest qualifying time. He's one of the best distance runners in Division II, national champion in cross country. But how does he approach this? He's run a bunch already this weekend. Coming in first in both the 15 and the 10K, 1500 and the 10K on Thursday. He didn't run yesterday. But how does he approach this? Does he just work from the middle of the pack and then wait to make his move, or does he jump out right away? It looks like the answer for now, at least one lap in, is that he's going to play the waiting game in the early going. Our early leaders are number 2 and number 8. That's Malchuk and Broadhead. I don't actually see Chalonga in this field, so he must have scratched here. And that leaves the door wide open for somebody. Not sure what the story is there. Well, how about that? The odds-on favorite in this race is not in the field. So that leaves the door open. Cody Malchuk from Columbus State is the leader right now. Fact of the matter is, Malchuk with his seed time of 14 minutes 59.71 seconds. He looks up, doesn't see Chalonga in the field with him. Maybe it's not his best strategy. I can't speak for what his coach wants him to do, but he might get too aggressive there, seeing that you might have the favorite not in the field. It is exhausting to be running from the front. Now the highest remaining seed is running from the front here with 10 laps to go. Very close bunched together group here. We have nobody who separated themselves in the front and no stragglers in the back. All bunched together in the span of about 15 meters. Stride for stride, this group is going. Malchuk in the lead. Maximilian Spurl just a couple strides behind. He appears to be in third right now. Broadhead, McFall, Groves, Scott also all right there. So some of the middle qualifiers in this event right up near the front of the pack. Malchuk, Broadhead, Spurl, and McFall, your top four. They have a little bit of distance now between themselves and the rest of the field. Heat 1 of 2, the men's 5,000 meter. They still got 2 miles to go, 8 more laps around the track to determine the 2016 Peach Belt champion of the men's 5,000 meter run. Move made on the outside with tag number 3. That's Maximilian Spurl, the freshman from Nova Southeastern. He takes over first place as he passes Cody Malchuk. Broadhead from Augusta in third. Fourth place remains Ryan McFall. And UNC Pembroke's Tim Sigmund in fifth, as that group of 5 has really separated itself from the rest of these competitors. Another group of 3 in the middle, bringing 6th, 7th, and 8th place, and then on down. But out in front, Maximilian Spurl has opened up a lead of a couple strides now on Cody Malchuk. Let's see if Spurl can keep this pace going. If he does, he's going to be very difficult to beat throughout the rest of this race. Freshman representing the Nova Southeastern Sharks, Maximilian Spurl, leads this race. He's followed by Cody Malchuk. And it's Broadhead, McFall, and Sigmund. This race pretty much down to 5. Grove Scott in 6th. He's pulled a little bit ahead of the rest of the group, but with a lead of more than 12 seconds. That first 5 are in nice position here. 4 laps to go. That's 1 more mile. Maximilian Spurl retains the lead, expands on it. He wants nothing more than to help his team start to make up some ground in the team standings. The team standings, at least the most recent numbers we can get you on the men's side, Shorter in first with 179 points, Nova Southeastern in second with 101, then UNCP and Alabama Huntsville. On the women's side, Shorter also in first, Nova Southeastern also in second, then Montevallo and UNCP. Here comes the separation now. First place, Maximilian Spurl. Second place right now, Cody Malchuk. Tim Sigmund has taken over third place for UNCP with 3 laps remaining. The men's 5K. The second to last men's event of the last day in Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championship action. Ten laps in the books now for leader Maximilian Spurl. That lead pretty comfortable right now. About 30 meters. Spurl ran a very good race in the 1500, and I believe also the 10K. He's been busy this weekend. And McFall from Columbus State, Daniel Broadhead from Augusta in 4th and 5th. They're staring at the back of Tim Sigmund for UNC Pembroke. 2 laps to go for this first 5. In 6th place coming down the home straightaway is Bryden Grove Scott, the Alabama Huntsville freshman. Look at the lead out in the very front for Maximilian Spurl. Basically the entire length of the visiting bleachers, both sets. It's almost 50 yards for the freshman from Nova Southeastern. He is looking great with under a lap and a half to go. Malchuk with a comfortable lead as well over Sigmund for second place. Sigmund leads McFall for third. Then Broadhead. Bell lap for the first 2. Sigmund in third for the Braves. UNCP still in the mix as a team. They're in third on the men's side and 4th on the women's side. But the story of this race is Maximilian Spurl. His personal best is 15 minutes flat, .89. He could be on pace to shatter that. Spurl with 110 meters to go. Coming down the home stretch, it's Maximilian Spurl and no one else. He will finish this race with a bullet. The 5K champion for the Peach Belt Conference, 15:03.23, Maximilian Spurl. Now at the fight for second, Cody Malchuk fighting off Tim Sigmund. It'll be Malchuk in second. Sigmund in third, 15:20 for Malchuk. Sigmund, 15:23.6. And fourth place goes to McFall from Columbus State, 15:28.37. Johnson from UNCP, 15:32.16. Broadhead from Augusta, 15:34. A couple Braves there landing in the top 6. In the top 5. Johnston taking home 5th place. That's a nice extra couple points the Braves are getting from Joel Johnston, who was the 6th seed. Tim Sigmund was the 7th seed, and he ran a very good race, 15:23.64. A couple seconds off his personal best, as it seems like no one has really been running outstanding times here today in any event for that matter. Not sure if it's the wind, not sure if it's the heat. Honestly, expected to see a little bit more in terms of great times. Usually the competition and the ability to fight for a Peach Belt Conference crown brings out the best in these competitors. But that hasn't really been the case today. It's been tough out there. A handful of other did not finishes. Some guys dropping out of the race towards the back of the pack. So that is it for heat number 1 of the men's 5K. One more 5K to go. It's the second heat of the men's 5,000. We already saw both heats of the women's 5K. Now the second and final heat of the men's 5K. And after this, we'll get to those 4x4s, where on the women's side, it's all about shorter. The men's races, we'll see 2 of those. That's a little bit more wide open. But here is the second heat of the men's 5,000, and like it's been in multiple other events here today, these competitors just missing the cut for that first heat. So this will be a slightly slower race. Perhaps will lead to some more bunching or bundling as these runners stick together for perhaps longer, deeper into the race. The field for heat 2 of the men's 5,000. Long Tran, a senior from Nova Southeastern. Noah Hullett, freshman from Augusta. Ian McQuaid, sophomore from Nova Southeastern. Thomas Ingalls, junior from Nova Southeastern. Joshua Jenkins, senior from Shorter. Matt Ersprung, senior from Alabama Huntsville. Logan Ward, freshman from UNC Pembroke. Brian Lancaster, a Shorter sophomore. Augusta sophomore Josh Thompson. Columbus State sophomore Hussein Sadiq. Troy Hickam is a junior from Clayton State. Florida Tech senior Daniel Schultz. Alex Sanchez, a freshman from Clayton State. And sophomore from Florida Tech, Tyler McCabe. 14 runners here in the field. They'll line up along the waterfall. 12.5 laps around the track. Represents a 5,000-meter run. And there's the gun. They're off. As they begin, it'll be a grueling, exhausting adventure for this group. Just hope that they are all able to get through it just fine. We've seen a couple runners drop with some injuries. Right off the front appears to be most of the favorites. The very early leader is Noah Hewlett. Long Tran is in second. Logan Ward from UNC Pembroke up in third. Let's see if he tries to pass Tran on the outside. That appears to be what his plan is. UNCP with a feisty freshman, Logan Ward, the only Brave in this field. Jumping right out. He wants to contend from the front, as this group is 300 meters in to the 5,000-meter race. Sticking pretty close together. Got one straggler in the back. Just off that pace of the main group, but really within that main group, it could be just about anyone. Hewlett, Ward, McQuaid, and Tran are your top 4. They have just a one-step advantage over the next couple of runners. sort of see guys coupling off, pairs of two. You don't want to be too much wider than too wide going around these turns. These tend to be some skinnier fellows, so if you need to be shoulder to shoulder with someone in a turn, you can almost fit two pairs of legs in one of these lanes. An outside runner just on the outside part of the innermost lane. That really helps cut down on some of the distance you need to travel as you navigate those corners. Around, around, and around. 12 and a half laps that make up a 5,000-meter run. Hewlett, Ward, Tran, and McQuaid, your top four. Again, too early to call this one. Wouldn't want to call it yet. It's still very early in this race. 10 laps to go. Second heat of the men's 5,000-meter race. Out in front, a new leader in the men's 5,000 meter run. It's Ian McQuaid, the sophomore from Nova Southeastern. He passes UNCP's Logan Ward for first place. Those are the top two. In third place right now, Long Tran from Nova Southeastern. And behind him, his teammate, Thomas Ingalls, the junior from Nova Southeastern. And in fifth right now, it's Thompson from Augusta. Josh Thompson. In fifth right now. 3 laps to go for the first group of 5. They got a pretty healthy lead. But really it was a 2-person race. Now it's looking like a 1-person race. Ian McQuaid from Nova Southeastern has opened up a fair lead over UNCP's Logan Ward. Ward came in as the 7 seed in this race. So it's been an impressive effort for him to hang with some of the top runners here in this group. But looking at qualifying times, you can look at the number on the sticker and say, oh, well, he's not supposed to compete. Well, Ward's qualifying time is 15:46. The top guys in this group are all in the 15:41, 2, or 3 range. So you're not talking about a big difference. But Ward has also been out in front for a long time. That can be exhausting. I think we're starting to see the effects of that. Ian McQuaid coming down the home stretch. He's got 2 more laps to go after he crosses the finish line to end this lap. Long Tran in third place. He's rapidly closing the gap on UNCP's Logan Ward. And also right there, another Nova Southeastern Shark, Thomas Ingalls, has created some separation between himself and fifth place, which is Josh Thompson. The top 6 all have 2 laps to go. The rest of the field a ways behind them. We've also had a couple other runners drop out of the group, out of the race. On the back stretch now, 600 meters to go for McQuaid. You start to see, this will be where runners really start to open it up, really kick into the last little reserves in the fuel tank and start widening their stride, lengthening their stride, to try to psychologically burn the competition a little bit. We'll see when McQuaid tries to launch into his kick. Logan Ward in second. Long Tran in third. Fourth place, Thomas Ingalls has started to close the gap on his teammate. Front 4 there with a comfortable lead. Josh Thompson from Augusta. And then Brian Lancaster from Shorter in the first 6. Final lap here. It's a healthy lead for Ian McQuaid. Way out in front there. He's got 200 meters to go. Being chased from behind by Logan Ward from UNC Pembroke. And then Long Tran from Nova Southeastern trying to catch up to Ward. McQuaid, 100 meters left. Ward's lead over Tran is down to about 15 meters. Can Ward hold off a strong charge from Tran over for third? First place, no doubt about it, Ian McQuaid. Coming down the home stretch now, though, Logan Ward trying to hold off Long Tran. Tran with a strong push. Ward at the last second able to hang on. He takes second place. The winning time, 15:50.45. Ward in second, 15:58.13. Tran in third, 15:58.37. Ingalls from Nova Southeastern comes in fourth, 16:06.67. And on and on. Top 4 really had separated themselves. Fifth place goes to Lancaster from Shorter, 16:19.1. Thompson from Augusta, 16:26.41. And these last couple of runners finishing up their races. Schultz from Florida Tech, 16:32.81. Let's get you these last couple times. Oh, one of these Florida Tech runners still has one more lap to go. Credit him for sticking with it. You can see the times there on the screen. This was, again, the second heat and the slower of the two heats in the men's 5K. So as our last runner here makes his way around the track, they'll start to prep the track for the women's 4x4. And, well, if you want to see a close, exciting race, the women's 4x4 might not be that race. But if you want to see one of the best performances in the nation this year, well, you come to the right place, because the shorter women's 4x4 relay team is one of the very few, and in fact, I believe the only team, or only entity, I should say, competing this weekend that already has an NCAA automatic time, at least in terms of track running times. The automatic berth for the women's 4x400 comes at 3 minutes 40.96 seconds, and the shorter 4x4 relay team has a best mark of 3:39.33. That's more than 10 seconds better than the next best qualifier, which belongs to Nova Southeastern. Men's 5K comes to a close. They roll the starting blocks onto the track. Shouldn't see much of a delay here between events, as now we're running a little bit behind schedule. We come very close to the end of the Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. This is it, the last events for the women and men. Start with the women, just one heat of the 4x4 on the women's side. We'll have two heats of the men's 4x4. See if we can bring up the most recent up-to-date team standings. Shorter with a comfortable lead on the men's side. On the women's side, we'll see if they can also hang on. They will be helped out by their performance here in this event. Let's introduce you to the teams. 4 women in each team will each run one lap around the track, the 4x400 meter relay, and the teams look like this. In lane 1, representing UNC Pembroke, we'll have Angelica McNair, Olivia Lohman, Fatima Funderburk, and Johnny Perez. In lane 2, representing the Alabama Huntsville Chargers, Lauren Davis, Lisette Ponce, Matilda Penner, and Katie Brack. In lane 3, representing the Clayton State Lakers, Shanice Walker, Maya Coonan, Abby-Ann Collymore, and Crystal Nelson. In lane 4, representing those shorter Hawks with the best qualifying time, one of the best 4x4 teams in the nation, shorter, has Amber Littlejohn, Promise Clark, Jasmine Crump, and Ayanna Walker. In lane 5, from the Nova Southeastern Sharks, Shannon Roll, Sherelle Jordan, Quenisha Allen, Shakira Bartley. In lane 6, the Montevallo Falcons, Yasmin Petway, Morgan Daniels, Cheyenne Cadet, and Anna Leinhazer. In lane 7, representing the Columbus State Cougars, Tatiana Wayne, Rachel Dixon, Kayla Waters, and Tierra Wright. And in lane 8, the Augusta Jaguars, Heather Hammett, Sarah Hossack, Morgan Mitchell, and Deja Johnson. No need to worry as much about positioning of each team and their relay members like you would in a 4x1, because, well, everyone starts and ends their lap at the same spot. Looks like most of these runners, all of these runners in fact, will opt to run from the blocks in the start. That's an advantage that only the first runner of the 4 will get to have, so a lot of times the strategy is you put a runner who runs particularly well out of the blocks in that first spot, knowing that they can take the fullest advantage of having starting blocks. Teams have to stay in their lane for a certain length of time, but beyond that they can cut in. And we'll see most of the runners running from lane 1. Much like that 800-meter race, where there's a predetermined length of time in which one must stay in the lane. It's the same thing for the 4x400-meter relay. Pembroke in lane 1, Huntsville lane 2, Clayton State lane 3, Shorter lane 4, Nova Southeastern lane 5, Montevallo lane 6, Columbus State lane 7, and Augusta in lane 8. Go right away. Remember, the team to watch here in lane 4 is the Shorter Hawks. If they hold form and compete up to their ability, they could expect to win by as many as 10 seconds, perhaps more, depending on what other teams do in their handoffs. So that first lap, everyone stays in their prescribed lanes. Hardly a surprise. Amber Littlejohn, one of the best 400-meter runners for Shorter. She has a fairly comfortable lead over the rest of the pack. Looks like Montevallo in second, with Nova Southeastern in third as we get to the first exchange. This one looking like no contest. The Shorter Hawks have an enormous lead right away. Nova Southeastern in second. And now the athletes, as they hit the 100-meter mark, or perhaps 110 into the second lap, they can cut in. See if there's any pushing and shoving going on in the back of the pack. Everyone else looking at the backs of the runners in those blue tops. The Shorter Hawks in first place, Nova Southeastern in second, Montevallo in third. Nova Southeastern doing their best to keep this competitive, as Shorter's Promise Clark will hand off to Jasmine Crump. Shorter with a comfortable lead as Southeastern gets their handoff. Montevallo comes into third place, but their lead disappears as Clayton State has closed it out. UNC Pembroke in fifth. 3, 4, and 5 all bunched together. Nova Southeastern well behind Shorter by a length of about 60 meters. Jasmine Crump for the Shorter Hawks, already halfway through the third 100-meter segment. Running in the turns, not too much of a problem for her. Coming out of that turn now, Nova Southeastern. Montevallo still in third. UNC Pembroke has closed the gap. They're in fourth and looking to change that. Clayton State falls to fifth. Anchor leg underway at the front of the pack for Shorter. Nova Southeastern now making their handoff. Montevallo comes in third, and the Braves from UNC Pembroke in fourth. Let's see if the Braves can close this. What a run it is from the Braves anchor. They immediately pass Montevallo in front to take third. Way back at the front of the pack, or I shouldn't say pack, way at the front, the very, very front, Shorter has a lead of more than 60 meters now. UNC Pembroke has passed Montevallo, now thinking about trying to catch up with Nova Southeastern. Shorter with an enormous lead. Nova Southeastern in second. They've got about 40 meters on UNC Pembroke. Braves about 2 steps ahead of Montevallo. Clayton State about 20 meters behind Montevallo. And then on with the back three. Shorter's finished. They win without any kind of problem. UNCP battling with Montevallo. And it looks like the Falcons, Anna Lienheiser, gave up some ground at the beginning. She will take home third. UNC Pembroke in fourth. Clayton State fifth. Columbus State looking for 6th with Alabama Huntsville. And then finally, that looks like Augusta bringing up the back. What an exciting race that was. Not necessarily for first, because it seemed like more or less a foregone conclusion. 342.24 for Shorter. Let's see if they flash back to the beginning. Looks like they're having a little bit of a problem with the scoreboard. They'll bring the cones back on and the blocks back out as we get ready for the first heat of the men's 4x4 relay. So they flash the women's times just once. No team record for Shorter. They win the women's 4x4 without any kind of problem. Nova Southeastern in 2nd, Montevallo 3rd, UNC Pembroke 4th, and Clayton State 5th in the women's 4x400 meter relay. There was just one heat of that, but here on the men's side, we'll separate it into 2 heats, which is a little bit surprising since, like, I suppose there are only 8 lanes on the track. There are 9 teams that have entered men's relay teams. As the difference was there on the women's side, Florida Tech did not enter a women's team, so that allowed us to use all 8 lanes. But now, rather than trying to squeeze 7 and 2 or 8 and 1, they will do 6 and 3. And it's all based on the qualifying time. This is the top 6 times. And the top qualifying time belongs to Nova Southeastern. They'll be in lane 4. Shorter, just inches behind them. They'll be in lane 5. Columbus State will be in lane 3. Clayton State in lane 2. Alabama Huntsville in lane 7. Those teams, in terms of individuals, in lane 2 for Clayton State, Melvin Izio Conquo, Raphael Salas, Travitt Witherspoon, and Aaron Martin. For Columbus State, Jalen Tolbert, Christopher Miles, Zachary Benjamin, and Quincy Smith. In lane 4 for Nova Southeastern, Akeem David, Tyler Johnson, Dwayne Edwards, and Ismail Voltaire. In lane 5 for Shorter, Gregory Rochford, Kelly Thompson, Wake Roberts, and Devontae Fletcher. In lane 6 from Florida Tech, Terrence Brookins, Errol Farquharson, Nicholas Lenson, and Brandon Stern. And in lane 7 for Alabama Huntsville, Maximilian Schalk, Quantrell McConico, Chase Barrett, and Trevian Jenkins. This one should be very close. The automatic time for the men's 4x4 is 3:09.02, and the provisional is 3 minutes 14.07 seconds. As 2 teams competing here in this race have achieved provisional qualifying times already. That's Nova Southeastern in lane 4 and Shorter in lane 5. Those will be your 2 favorites on the men's side of the 4x400 meter relay. We'll also have a second heat, which will have the other 3 teams, Augusta, UNC Pembroke, and Montevallo. But those 3 teams not quick enough to get into this heat. Here we go. The last 2 events of the day on the track, that is. Looks like there's still a couple of field events perhaps going on still. Either that or there's just some athletes still congregated over there. They've definitely wrapped up in the pole vault and high jump pits. Don't see anyone throwing javelin. Looks like there might still be some women's shot put going on. Otherwise, I think very close to being able to have the final results in what has been a very fun weekend of track and field in the Peach Belt Conference. So glad you were able to join us here on the Braves Broadcast Network on our YouTube channel. If you're a Braves fan and just stopping by for the first time, go ahead and hit the subscribe button on our YouTube channel. You'll see game previews, post-games, as well as special video features, highlights, and a whole lot more. If you're a visiting fan from an opposing school, well, thanks for stopping by. Don't expect you to necessarily want to subscribe to Braves videos. I'm sure if you did, we would definitely appreciate it. Do our best to bring you as many Braves home sporting events as we can. Also, try to stream or bring on the radio football away games and men's women's basketball games. We've done more than 100 broadcasts this year across a variety of UNCP sports. It's the final weekend of competition for UNCP athletics in terms of home events that we will broadcast. It's been an absolute blast to bring it to you. We're so glad, again, that you joined us throughout the season and here today. Our last broadcast of the 2015-2016 school year will be UNCP baseball. Tomorrow they celebrate Senior Day against Augusta. The Braves and Augusta playing a doubleheader here today after yesterday's game was rained out. Live stats for that are available on uncpbraves.com. UNCP softball, we broadcast those games all season long. They were at the Peach Belt Conference tournament today after they won in the quarterfinals against Georgia College yesterday. They fell today to defending national champion North Georgia, which moved on to the conference championship round. I'll be held later today, hosted by Georgia College in Milledgeville. First heat of the men's 4x4. Again, resetting the lanes. Clayton State in 2. Columbus State in 3. Nova Southeastern in 4. Shorter in 5. Florida Tech in 6. And Alabama Huntsville in 7. Long strides in the middle as Shorter has quickly made up some of the turn. Gregory Roachford. He's tall. He's got some long legs. And he looks to be the man out in front for Shorter, running in lane 5. Alabama Huntsville on the outside in lane 7, with Florida Tech right behind them. Shorter the first ones to the handoff, then Florida Tech and Alabama Huntsville at right about the same time will be the Shorter Hawks, starting the second leg out in front. Remember, once they get to the cones there, as Shorter has, you may cut in to lane 1. Shorter, Florida Tech, then Nova Southeastern. Alabama Huntsville's fallen off the pace. Clayton State bringing up the rear of this 6-team race. Shorter in first. Nova Southeastern, Florida Tech, Columbus State, Clayton State, and Alabama Huntsville. Third leg about to begin halfway through this race. And some work to do for Alabama Huntsville, which came out very fast and now is working from the back of the pack. Shorter still in first. The team of Gregory Roachford, Kelly Thompson, Wake Roberts, and Devontae Fletcher. Their lead not as comfortable as it was on the women's side. Nova Southeastern threatening in second. Columbus State in third. Florida Tech in fourth. Clayton State fifth. Alabama Huntsville sixth right now. Look at Columbus State on the run. They take over second place with a strong surge from Zachary Benjamin. Anchor leg underway. Shorter with the lead. About 40 meters. Should be pretty safe. It's Shorter, Columbus State, Nova Southeastern, Florida Tech, then Clayton State, with Alabama Huntsville a little ways behind. It's all Hawks right now on the women's and the men's side. The Shorter Hawks looking dominant in the 4x4 relay. Coming down the home stretch, this is Devontae Fletcher for Shorter. Columbus State trying to make it up. They look to be in second with ease. Third place, Nova Southeastern. Florida Tech in fourth. Clayton State fifth. And then Alabama Huntsville in sixth in what was a very fast first heat of the men's 4x4. Alabama Huntsville. Shorter wins with a time of 3:12.15, 3:15.19 for Columbus State, 3:16.85 for Nova Southeastern. Clayton State with 3:20.69, and Alabama Huntsville 3:27.72. Florida Tech was fourth, by the way, 3:18.68. So now one more heat on the track today. It will be Augusta, UNC Pembroke, and Montevallo. Looking to improve on their best times this season. It would take a serious effort for any of these schools and some major improvement if they were to hit a provisional qualifying mark. UNC Pembroke, of these three teams, has the best seed time at 3:25.48. But they need to improve by more than 11 seconds to hit that provisional qualifying time. The teams in Lane 3 for Augusta: Terrell Williams, Xavier Fennell, Kudwakashi Nyahuma, and Levanta Reddick. In Lane 4 for UNC Pembroke: Isaac Sampson, Brett Godwin, Quincy Ridley, and Adrian King. And in Lane 5 for the Falcons of Montevallo: Shaquem Jackson, Logan Sadler, Brandon Farish, and Darius Woody. We've got a lot of congregation going on behind the timers table. I think they're trying to just clear out athletes that had been done with their event and now need to make their way out of the infield, as it had gotten a little crowded in there. See if they make them depart before this race goes off, or if they let them kind of go as the event goes. Still more athletes milling around the shot put area. So it looks like men's shot put is still wrapping up, and then we still need to do women's shot put. They haven't even started the men's shot put, so I'm assuming that means that they will have to hold off on awarding a team champion, at least based on the technicality that the competition would still be going on. But based on the most recent standings that I've seen, ladies and gentlemen, and we've had some issues with the timing and the scoring off and on in terms of getting scores and times from down there on the track and throughout the field areas to up here in the press box, and then relaying them to you in a timely manner. I can tell you that from what I've seen right now, what I've been seeing today, and what's been happening pretty much all weekend, the lead for shorter on both the women's and the men's side might be statistically insurmountable right now. I'm not sure if that means that they would stop the events in progress that are happening in the field. I believe you could pretty safely say that shorter will be your champions on the women's and men's side. So just two teams here now. As it looks like somebody was either scratched or false started. It's UNC Pembroke and Augusta duking it out here in heat number 2, as Montevallo will not be competing in this second heat. UNCP has the first leg won. Isaac Sampson hands it off to Brett Godwin for the Braves. And now Augusta's Xavier Fennell will try to make up the difference. To the cones, they can both cut into the inside lane. Godwin racing Xavier Fennell. This is the final heat on the track this weekend. And slightly anticlimactic. It's the second heat of 2. In terms of team scoring, this weekend's championship might have already been decided. Strong push from Fennell. Can he pass? These two teams will be neck and neck as they begin the second half of this 4x400 meter relay. For the Braves, Quincy Ridley, for Augusta, it's Kudakwashi Nayahuma. Ridley able to expand that lead just a little bit. It was pretty close on the handoff. Ridley appears to be just a little bit faster than Nayahuma on this third leg. But it all comes down to that fourth leg, as it usually does in a 4x400 meter race. Now for Nayahuma, the question is, can he get it to his teammate and still be in a competitive spot? Ridley to give it off to Adrian King for UNCP to begin that anchor leg in the final 4x4. Lead of about 20 to 30 meters for UNCP's Adrian King. Trying to track him down will be Levanta Reddick. King to about the 50-yard line. Reddick well behind. Call it a lead of about 30 meters now for UNC Pembroke as they try to win the second heat of the 4x4 on the men's side. King coming down the home stretch. He's got plenty of room in terms of a lead. UNC Pembroke trying to knock off Augusta in this heat, and they will. The team from UNCP of Isaac Sampson, Brett Godwin, Quincy Ridley, and Adrian King win the second heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. They defeat Augusta as Montevallo did not compete. Let's see if we can get you times from this race. Still waiting on official scores, official marks. And it doesn't look like they're going to flash those official times. So, that is it for the track events for the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships. I'm going to step aside very briefly here, figure out where everything else sits, put a nice little bow on today's coverage. But, in terms of actual on-the-track action, that's it for a very busy Saturday in Pembroke. We'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is one event still that has yet to begin. That is the men's shot put. For that reason, the final results for the men's scoring is not yet official. We can tell you this, that on the men's side, Shorter has an insurmountable lead. They will be the men's 2016 Peach Belt Conference team champions. If you want full results on the men's side in terms of individual scoring, breakdowns of each event, that will all be available on uncpbraves.com. On the women's side, all of the events have been completed, and the team champion for the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field Championships for the women is also the Shorter Hawks. Second place goes to Nova Southeastern. Montevallo comes in third, UNC Pembroke in fourth, and Alabama Huntsville in fifth in the women's team scoring. That will just about wrap it up for us from the 2016 Peach Belt Conference Track and Field broadcast booth presented by UNC Pembroke. We have one more broadcast here on the Braves YouTube channel. That's tomorrow, UNCP Baseball Senior Day against the Augusta Jags. First pitch scheduled for 1 p.m. Braves fans, like to see you tune in for that one. For our entire crew and for all of our viewers who stuck with us all weekend, we had a long night Thursday night, kind of a shorter night yesterday because of the rain, but for those who stuck it out during the rain delay, all of you as well. And then obviously a long day today, lots of action, lots of championships awarded. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Cameron Songer. Enjoy the rest of your night. And one more time, Shorter, your champion for both the men's and women's 2016 Peach Belt Conference.